That ain't so good. They're sitting there waiting on this.
All four.
Yeah.
All four people that are all related to somebody who works here.
Yeah, I was gonna watch it the other day. There's just too many people.
Here, I'll text my
Couldn't get
friends.
in the
I'll
camera.
get
Yeah,
it.
the crowd was too big.
Shut down on me.
All four of
There
us
you go. Hit it.
cousins.
Alright, how's it going up? Lindsay's already fucking. Hi. Oh. Oh. Tell me so 50.
He's just worried about his V-pip.
Oh. 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 Oh.
Aren't you? No. He's heading over here.
He's worried about
Nobody can get it higher than Super Dave gets
I'm
it.
gonna call
beer
it.
pit.
Yeah.
Nobody gets it higher than Super Dave.
What is the beef?
He plays that and he
Yeah,
can't
like Monday
help
is
himself.
80% or something.
Shocker.
And gets mad.
Yeah.
His king 4 didn't hit.
He calls the 3-bet or he 3-bets queen 5 and queen 3 offsuit, and then he misses, and he's like,
Makes it 20.
fuck, change
Steelers
these goddamn
fault.
cards.
Yeah, fold.
Give me a wash.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Stacks Social Live. What a wonderful Wednesday here. Stacks Social Club in Lubbock, Texas, 5004 Frankfort Avenue.
You're like the biggest loser right now. Nobody knows about a flip.
We got a full table for you tonight. Air Force One, Ron Jeremy. Didn't know we had a famous person in here. Bluff City, Scott. Pretty much a full table here. Ace Queen 5 on the flop. Air Force One with a pair of queens. We're going to jump right into the action here. Please make sure you go smash that like button and join the chat. Queen on the river giving Air Force One trip queens. He's going to be far ahead in this hand. I don't see anybody. I didn't think I was going to see anybody calling, but we got a call from Scott here with an ace deuce. But Air Force One picking up the hand with trip queens. And away we go. Some faces we haven't seen in a little bit, or I haven't seen in a little bit anyway. We got Vanilla Ice in the 2-seat or 3-seat there. Nice to see AJ. Ricky Bobby, another famous person. Kinsey in the box tonight, doing a great job as usual. It's $15, $10 raise, $15 bet for Vanilla Ice with a 7-6 offsuit. Javier with a queen 10 of hearts, sure to make that call, and he does. And we're going to get around here. A couple of 9-3s getting out of the way. And the button here, Rainbolt, is going to raise it on up. He's going to 3-bet it to $65. AJ getting out of the way, and Javier are going to look at those cards, and he's going to go away as well.
Yeah.
Going to see some good action here. Ricky Bobby with a pair of jacks. I bet we'll have some good action here tonight. This is a pretty decent table. We got a couple of the tighter players, and we got a couple of loose players, but I wouldn't doubt we see some chips changing hands tonight. We'll see how this live stream goes. I want to remind you guys about our Tuesday $3,000 guarantee tournament every Tuesday night at 7 p.m. $120 max buy-in, $45 minimum buy-in. Again, $3,000 guarantee, rarely misses. It's usually always over the $3,000. So come check that out. Javier looking down at pocket 10s now. Javier raising it up to $30. Going to get folded around to here. Ron Jeremy going to be... Ron Jeremy with an ace-queen. And Vanilla Ice with a queen 7. I don't know who had that ace. Is Ron Jeremy John? Pocket 10's going to be behind here now after the flop. Vanilla Ice with the queen, but if that was John that folded that ace queen with for $40 or $30, he's going to be sitting there sick. Maybe not sick, but oh my goodness. And a 4-card straight giving Javier the straight, and AJ's going to get out of the way here. He's going to know better. Air Force One was 650 in chips. Bluff City down at the bottom with Scott at 205. Those of you that are on here watching right now, go ahead and share that link. Share it on your social media. Send it out to your poker buddies, no matter where they are, near or far. Let's see if we can't get some people watching overseas. Be nice to get somebody from Ireland or somewhere watching poker. Watching Stacks Poker live in Lubbock. Pop in, say hello. Bluff City with a King 6 of spades here. Rainbolt going to raise it on up here to $30 with a 5-4 of diamonds. Ron Jeremy canceling out that straight flush draw with a 6-3 of diamonds, and he makes the call. So John folds a ace-queen earlier, but he makes the call with a 6-3 of diamonds. And we got a 6-9 ace on the flop. So Bluff City with a 6, and he's got the bigger kicker. Rainbolt going to get out of the way after that raise. John, however, making the call. Queen on the turn, no help for either player. 2 clubs on the turn there, but doesn't really help anybody at this point. So Ron Jeremy. So where are we? The King of Diamonds on the river going to be two pair here for Bluff City. So he's going to be... So Ron Jeremy, is not John. That's my fault. The way the positioning was earlier, I thought that was. Ron Jeremy's going to be the 7 seat there. A little bit of confusion on the seating chart here. So the bud's going to be on Scott. So Javier going to be looking down. He's going to be under the gun for 5 to call. Or excuse me, 10 to call? Thank you. Get a raise over here for 15. Pocket kings for Air Force One. He's going to make that call. So Ricky Bobby with the queen jack. Air Force One just making the flat call with pocket kings here. And then Elijah with a queen 10. And an ace 10 6. So that should slow down the kings for sure. So Ricky Bobby betting 35 on his queen. Elijah with a pair of 10. He's probably going to go away here, and he does. Sorry for the noise there. I thought I had y'all muted there for a second, but I guess I did not. Bluff City looking down with a queen jack. Air Force One with an ace king offsuit. And Rainbolt with a jack 9 goes away. Vanilla Ice with cards we didn't get to see folded, so those must have been blanks for AJ. Scott with a 9-10 off. And we got Javier in the button. He's going to make the call. And an ace king 5, 2 clubs on the flop. So Air Force One and Javier both flop in a pair. Bluff City flopping second pair. And we're going to get a fold around the tables. So Air Force One going to pick up that hand.
Yeah, I folded my king.
Probably makes it 25. Fold. Fold.
Bluff City making it 25 with his pocket kings. Getting it folded all the way around to here. This table could play a little bit tighter than I thought, at least early on. I'm sure we'll see the action open up here in just a little bit. Everybody with their feeling out period. Vanilla Ice 3 betting it to $55 here. Let's see what kind of call he gets. He's going to get a call from Rainbolt here. Ron Jeremy, that's John, with a king 10, and he's going to make the call here. So these are the types of cards we could see a little bit of action from. With the right flop for sure. And we're going to see a Ace, Queen, 10 of hearts. So Ron Jeremy with a pair of 10s. Vanilla Ice with the... Something's not right here.
Show you one. There's a king king on the Broadway.
Thank you.
So is Willie's at the Patriots now?
Yeah,
He went from
hoping the Cowboys re-sign him.
It's reading the Queen of Hearts twice, right?
Can you read from the Cowboys? What he did? He didn't do a little hard.
Huh?
He didn't do a little hard.
Well, it's hard with these cards.
So I just got the business internet job
Oh,
position.
did you?
Yeah.
Well, congrats.
I know. Thanks.
for where?
I'm still with AT&T, but I'll only be dealing with like businesses and their like internet.
Pissed off customers?
Everything I can do. Yeah.
No. When you have to deal with them? When something's wrong? Or
My job will be selling to them, but like I'll deal with the pissed off ones too. Just because like I know what that feels like.
That's 20.
just because it's 18
Oh.
it's gonna happen?
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
Full.
Always
Full
gonna
rush.
happen.
And a call. And a jet.
What do you do now?
Store manager.
Check.
Which one?
82nd and Sly.
Check. Check. Anyway.
Ace.
Thank you.
It's funny because it says Midland, and like Midland, they get paid a little bit more. But I max out on my salary, so because it says Midland, it's probably a little bit more. So I'm like, I'll take it. I'm not gonna say anything. If I gotta drive to Midland once a week, I gotta drive to Midland once a week.
You got a cold call?
Yeah.
Michael.
I mean, it can be calling, it can be emailing, it can be like showing up to their door, and I'll probably do a lot more of the just showing up to their
Thank you.
door.
Makes 20. Boom.
Not even to sell them.
Call.
I'll be like, hey, I just want to work
Just
together.
be
I want to be your guy.
Boom.
He's just gonna show up and be threatening.
No. I
Multi
don't have that in me.
65. Call. Call.
So AJ making this all-in bet here with a queen jack, missing the straight. And Rainbolt does make the call. Rainbolt makes the call here. He did make the decision that AJ was bluffing.
Mark that one down in the old book there, huh?
AJ says a word.
I know.
Snap.
I know. Such a good third card too.
I just beat too many tens, you know?
But I have king 8.
Yeah, you could.
A lot of people here deciding that they want to be famous people here. Vanilla Ice, Ron Jeremy, Ricky Bobby. They just want to be famous. The Show Dog, 2 queens of hearts, huh? I don't think that was real. I think that was a misread.
That's $10.
I have to win my chips back.
40 total. And a call.
I know. But I'm hoping everybody calls. That'd be like a quick way in.
Ooh, it might be. Or a quick way out.
I'll just buy anything, I guess.
Just to clear the air here, we do not have 2 queens of hearts. They did have them check that out after it showed up. Rock did see it in the video room. So they checked them out. No queen, no duplicate cards. What's up, Lou? Glad to see you in the chat. Need to see you up here playing here pretty soon, brother. Pair of 4s for Vanilla Ice, pair of 9s for Bluff City. AJ with a stiff bet here, too. He's going to make the call to 125, and Ron Jeremy is the one who raises it. AJ makes the call. We'll see what Brian decides to do with top pair. Brian goes away with top pair. Oh, the 9 on the turn making Bluff City sick. And the jack even making it worse. He folds a runner boat. Trying to see if we could hear Brian talking about that hand. Javier with ace-6 suited here, ace-6 of diamonds. He's going to be under the gun for $10. There's a straddle for 10 from Scott. You get a raise to 20 here. Excuse me, 25 for Javier. Bluff City making the fold. Air Force One looking at his chips. He's trying to decide whether he wants to call or not. Of course, we haven't seen his chips yet. He's in a 3-betted here to what looks like 80, maybe 85. Nope, just a 75. 3-bet to 75 for Air Force One. And you get folded around back to AJ, who goes all in for 115. Scott making the call with making the all-in call here with ace-king. Excuse me. Javier folding, and Air Force One going to make the call pretty easily here.
My hand is the most likely one. I have the worst, but it's the most likely one.
So like Scott might have had a little bit of a refund. Oh no, he did move all in, so it's going to be another 30 on top there. We're going to have a side pot. 3 ways, 2 all-ins. Looks like pocket kings maybe for Air Force One. Jack of spades. No. It looks like, yeah, you must have been pocket kings because Air Force One winning that hand.
God damn it. He's complaining about losing $5.
I need chips. I don't know how much they both want. Do you want me to do the second one? Just use the button. Use the button.
Okay, well, I'm behind. 100%.
Wait, was it spades that came out there?
Yeah.
Yeah,
He had spades. Idiot. What was it? 8-4 fucking
Press the
deuces
button.
spades. No 4-bet bluff? We're deep
Yeah.
enough.
Yeah.
Everyone's 300 bigs deep here, John.
Hi.
Think about your implied odds if you make a pan.
Yeah, my implied odds, I need to hit
Fold.
spades.
Oh, yeah, you got there. Your ace was live. I hope.
Yeah, well,
Side call. Fold.
Against that hand.
Jive on into 20.
Brian looking down at pocket aces. He just makes the flat call, and Ron Jeremy goes ahead and gives him what he wants in a raise for $20. Javier 3-bets to 70 with pocket queens, and we get just a flat here from Brian, Bluff City. Let's see what John's going to make. Just a flat call here, just as I would suspect, though, with the 9-7 once he's made the bet. And a queen 4-4, so that probably turns into a good flat from Bluff City on that 3-bet, because don't think Javier is going to get away from that. Oh, but my goodness. Bluff City going to put him all in, and Greg going to snap call him with trip queens. Pocket aces versus top set.
205. Call. Two. Okay, they're running it twice. Queens for one of those boards. Thank you.
They run it out twice, and to no avail for Bluff City. He's going to lose there. I want to thank you guys that are in here watching Stack Social Live, Stack Social Club here in Lubbock, Texas, 5004 Frankfort Avenue. Day game starts at 1 o'clock. Doors open at 1. Typically, day game starts within about 30 minutes or so after that. We have our Tuesday $3,000 guarantee. We also have a new tournament on Saturdays and Sundays. We have our bankroll builder. It's a $20 buy-in tournament, $500 guarantee. Good little tournament to start a bankroll with. See how you can inflate that bankroll, build it up big. Send yourself to the World Series. Rainbolt raising to 15 with an ace jack, getting three callers, so we're going to go 4 ways to a flop. Bluff City's card's not visible, but have a 9 on the turn. No flush. Six of spades on the river, going to give trips to Vanilla Ice. He's going to have trip sixes. Rainbolt with nothing's going to throw out a $10 bet just to see if he can earn something. Of course, you're going to get a raise here from AJ for sure. Rainbolt trying to decide if he thinks AJ's going to be bluffing here again.
I was like, maybe I have the best hand. And then he said, can you beat ace queen, which is air? And I'm like, well, I mean,
No,
he
I
has
said
a hand
I
now.
can beat ace queen. Because I was like, that's probably about what he's got. I had a 6. There were 2 6s on that
I
one.
thought you said, can you beat ace queen? And I was like,
Oh.
well, if I can't beat you bluff, I should probably fold. I don't think I
I
want
should have said it differently.
I should
Can you beat Jack High?
Yeah.
You should have said, can you beat two pair again?
Yeah, I know.
That got him the
That's
snap
how I
call
get it.
last
I know,
time.
that's how I get a call.
Ooh.
Oh.
There's typically round one. I mean, we usually have enough to start. So 5 to 6 players is when we'll start. Sometimes 4, but the table typically fills up very quickly. So you usually end up having a full table by 1:30, 1:45 to 2. Bluff City pocket 10s. He's gonna get folded around 2 with his 3-bet to $45.
When I bought more chips, I told the drink girl I needed a drink, and she hasn't come yet.
Sometimes you just gotta hit second pair.
There's only 30 of them back there. It's probably
They're probably arguing right now about who should do it.
Yeah, I went like 20 minutes the other day. All the hands I folded and all the hands I played, I didn't make a pair for 20 minutes. That's pretty sick. It's hard to make a pair. That's what I'm saying. It's hard to make a pair.
I don't know if you were
This is why John never gets a showdown. Because he never hits the fucking board. He rolls a dice, and every time the dice is tilted.
Rainbolt on the button. Going to get a raise here from Ron Jeremy with an ace-6 of diamonds. He's going to raise it up to 15. Quick folds around the table. Ricky Bobby, however, going to make the call. We're not going to see his cards yet. He has pocket 8s, Bluff City going away. Air Force One as well. So it looks like we're going to end up. Looks like we're going to end up heads up here. Pocket 8s versus whatever. Ace-6 of diamonds. Ricky Bobby going to bet out here $20 when John checks to him. John making just a flat call here with nothing really in his hand. He does hit an ace on the turn. We'll see if he He's going to check that down. We're going to get a check back. And a queen of hearts on the river. So pair of aces now good. John going to take the lead for $30 here. Well, Ricky Bobby going to make the call, and he's going to see the bad news when an ace comes up. Yeah, Shout Dog, come see us. Come hang out. Every day, 1 o'clock. Those afternoon games get really good. Typically, they'll play a round of each, PLO and Hold'em, but that game usually gets started, whatever it is, the table agrees on it at the beginning of the day. Ricky Bobby making the call for $5 with a 7-4 of hearts, but Bluff City raising it up to 25 with an 8-6. Air Force One and Rainbolt both flat calling with Ace Jack. So the aces and jacks will be cheap here, but 2 of each left, so see if one doesn't hit. One does not hit, and no help for anybody on the board, really. So continuation bet here from Bluff City, and he's going to bet $30 out here. Air Force One with Ace Jack's going to go away, and so is Rainbolt. Neither one of them want to see if their overcards will hit. They're afraid a 9 could kill them, even if they hit it. Cards like these, it's going to take a bluff just to play the hand. Rainbolt's card's not showing up, but everyone else out of the hand, so. Queen 4 and Queen 5, 3, 4. Anyway, it's 7, 8, 9, so unless Rainbolt's got something special in his hand, so far nobody's hitting anything. Rainbolt with the $15 bet's going to take down the pot. Air Force leading away in chips with 880. Elijah bringing up the tail end at 260. Ron Jeremy sitting right there in the middle. Kinsey doing a great job. Kinsey started out in the cage. Still works the cage occasionally, but she's become a regular dealer and does a really good job. Ricky Bobby going to call $10 here for the 7-6 of hearts. Elijah with pocket aces on the button here. Going to make a raise here. Looks like he's going to make it up to about $40. So 3-bet to $40. Let's see what happens here. Ricky Bobby probably going to go away, and he does. Don't know what Bluff City's got, but he's going to go ahead and make the call. Heads up to a flop. Queen 7, 8. No help to the pocket aces, although he doesn't need a lot of help. 2 diamonds on the board. So if Bluff City's got a couple of diamonds into there, he'll make the call here for 25 more. And a jack on the turn, so it brings in possibilities for Bluff City. We don't know. He could be sitting there with a 9-10. He could be sitting there with a couple of diamonds, but Pocket Ace is going to continue to bet here, I would imagine, and he is. Looks like he's going to make it about 55 to go. And Brian going to go away. A little bit too much for him.
You got a shout from Brad?
Put your cap on backwards. Forwards, it's kind of weird.
Is it weird?
Yeah, a little bit.
Why?
It's a little lopsided.
That's how it fits.
No.
Try to
I play better this way. I tried
Oh,
backwards at first, yeah.
Turn that shit around real quick.
Are you doing
no,
bad
John.
right now?
No, no,
No.
John, not for you.
Why?
It doesn't work the same for John.
John, you
Why
look
not?
bright as shit. In
You
here,
look
by the
cool
way.
as shit.
Yeah, I think you look good.
See?
She's an asshole.
I usually get this way after about 5 tequila shots now.
Yeah.
John, pull. Baby. Pull.
Everybody's chilling until the hat flips around.
I mean, that was...
That was not one of my intact toes, John.
Pull.
Not bad.
Pop.
I didn't notice that. I didn't know that was that foot. Not bad.
Makes it 40 more, 50 total.
This is actually what I ended up doing this weekend. I was sore as shit. Oh shit.
Oh, those are fun.
Yeah. That's
Where was that?
in East Texas.
Oh.
Buddies.
Oh, God.
So that started about 8. That was whenever the cap turned around backwards, and then it went straight downhill from there.
Cough. Hold. Heads up.
I actually, there was about concrete, about where my head ended at the video, about a foot and a half back, there's concrete. By the end of the night, I was hitting concrete.
Oh, okay, very good.
Brian, you're first.
I'm actually very surprised I didn't have any bruises.
Yeah, I'm surprised you
40.
don't either.
Then we did flip cup, so you drink, you have to flip the cup over, then you have to race the other person up the slide and slide down.
Oh, y'all are doing like drinking games and stuff.
Yeah. That went until about 1 o'clock in the morning. Needless to say,
You
we
probably like drank all night and lost weight all at the same time.
God, it didn't feel like it.
Yeah.
I was still hitting that hard as fuck.
Can I get 200 more? 200. And Rick's getting 200 more. Heads off. Hold. Cough. Pull. Logan makes it 15. Call, call. Just one. Pull.
Hope this hat trick works.
Call.
Yeah. It's gonna work for one of us, or neither.
I mean,
Call.
there are 3 options here, sir.
And call. 6 to the block. Check. Check. Check.
An ace on the turn, really probably strengthening Rainbolt's hand in his mind, possibly. Of course, with so many callers, he feels like there's probably an ace still out there in a hand. Although it's not. He's actually ahead. Rainbolt does make the call, though. And on the river is going to be a 7. So Ron Jeremy now hitting the boat with the river 7. So John going to be making some sort of value bet here. He'll put $100 into this pot. He's going to get quick folds probably from both players. Small possibility Rainbolt makes the call here, but and he is going to get a call from him. Bluff City with the 60% VPIP, and AJ, one of the tighter players I thought I knew, is 48%. Elijah down at 12% on the VPIP. Elijah not playing many hands in this game so far. Aces have been hot today. We've had, I think that's our third or fourth pocket pair of aces. AJ with them this time, raising it up to 35. He's going to get called in at least 3 places here, I'm sure. He already gets a call from Bluff City, and he gets a call from Air Force One making the call with a Jack 9 of clubs. And Elijah with an Ace 10 of clubs, so the ace is going to be cheap here. And it is 2 clubs on the flop. So Air Force One and Bluff City and Elijah, all 3 with the club draw. Air Force One with a pair of jacks, so he's going to be hanging around for this. Javier and Air Force One both with Jack 9, but Air Force One has the club draw behind him. So he does have a redraw. Elijah, of course, with the nut flush draw, and AJ. Did AJ fold his pocket aces? Bluff City moving in with an open-ended straight draw. He's going to move all in here. So 380 all in to Air Force One. I need verification that AJ actually folded. That's a little bit stunning. I know with so many hands in there, he figures somebody probably hit a set, but that's a bit of a surprise. Air Force One looking at that club draw and just really thinking he may be good, but he is so far behind on that if it hits. I mean, he has to hit. Really no way for him to win if the flush hits. He is going to go away. Good fold. Don't see Elijah finding any way away from this. He feels like he's going to be good if a club comes. The only club, if there's trips in the hands, if there's trips in someone's hand, the only club that can come that could beat him would be the jack, and it's in Air Force One's hands. He does not. He makes the call. And now Javier, of course, making the fold. There's the 4, given the straight. And Elijah going to win both hands with an ace high. Wow. So open-ended, he misses the straight and he misses the flush on both hand. And Elijah with the best hand going in, and it holds true. But such a weak hand it was. Brian does get a refund there, so want to thank all you guys that are in there here watching the live stream. If you would, please go hit the like button, help push the content out. Also, if you don't mind, go share it on social media with your friends. The depressed muffin. Brian is definitely upset about that one. I would agree. That's a tough way to go out. You have a lot of outs there, and just can't hit one on either board, not even for a split. Brian reloading a little bit here with some chips, and he's going to... He looks like he's the button. AJ going to look down and fold. Elijah with the queen nine of diamonds. He's going to go ahead and make the call here. I don't know about all that. I've sounded more like a goat tonight, that's for sure. I don't know about the goat. But thank you for the compliment. Appreciate it. 4 ways to a flop here. Queen Jack 8 on the flop. So Elijah with the top pair. Scott flopping an open ender while Ricky Bobby hits the pair of 8s. $35 here from Elijah. He's going to make the bet. Scott making the call with the open-ended. Ricky Bobby with bottom pair making the call as well. I mean, he does have a straight draw. 6 of diamonds on the turn. That's going to bring in the flush draw for Elijah as well. So just strengthens his hand. Kills some of the outs for Scott. Also kills some of the outs for Ricky Bobby. The 9 of diamonds, which is in Elijah's hand, is not going to come. So the bet from Elijah is going to get a fold around the table. He's going to pick up that pot. And Elijah now sitting with a little over 1,000 in chips, while Ron Jeremy at $795. Says Bluff City's down to 60 in chips, but he did reload, so. Air Force One on the button for 5 now. Rainbolt under the gun with a king 5 and Ron Jeremy with a queen 9. Don't be surprised if Ron Jeremy pops it with a raise, and just as I say that, he makes me look even more stupid. Thanks, John. I appreciate that. Wonder if he's got an earpiece directly in here. Vanilla Ice raising it up to 15. He's got the Queen Jack offsuit. Folded around here to Javier, who's got pocket 6s and makes the call. Or excuse me, Ricky Bobby. Ricky Bobby with the 7, the 2 spades, the 5-4 of spades. So he picks up the steel wheel draw. Bluff City with cards I haven't been able to see yet. See how tight of a player Greg is there, Javier. Javier is playing tight there. And pocket 6s, doesn't even want to see a flop. He is an ace of clubs. So it is a jack of diamonds. It says a jack of diamonds, but it's an ace of clubs on the board. is a king of spades on the river. So that's going to give the flush to Ricky Bobby. So the flush to Ricky Bobby. He's going to have this hand won. Unless somehow AJ's able to bet him off of it. It was a check to AJ. He's going to bet 75. And it is going to be AJ making that call for 75, and he's going to lose that hand. Ricky Bobby bringing up the tail end at 185. Rainbolt's sitting right in the middle there with 630 in chips. So Jack 5 flopping the set, or flopping the trips, excuse me. Now turning a flush draw on top of that. So Rainbolt with a pair of 7s. Ricky Bobby betting out for 15. Actually, that looks like a bet of 40. Excuse me, Rainbolt bet 15 and Ricky Bobby raising it to 65. See if we can't get one of these players to come in here after they decide to get it from the table. Maybe AJ will grace us with his presence. AJ with a $10 straddle. Javier not at the table, but he has his 9-7 of spades. I would play it. Bluff City with an offsuit 6-2 folds. Rainbolt with a queen 9 of diamonds. He's sure to make that call, and he does. And, of course, Ron Jeremy makes it with a 4-3. He's not going to go away from that. So 4 ways to a flop. Ricky Bobby with an ace-7. He's the one who raised it to 35. 8-3-8. No help for anybody but Ron Jeremy, and can't imagine that if there's a bet, it checks around to him, and he does bet $50, and everybody going to want to go away. Turned out to be a great flop for John. Vanilla Ice pre-flop raising 30% of the time, so he's been pre-flop raising quite a bit. He does that more than some people even play hands. Scott at 3% down at the bottom. Hope you guys have been enjoying the baseball season. If you're baseball fans, especially if you're Rangers fans, Rangers still holding a 3.5 game lead in the AL West over the Astros. I like both teams, but I'm a Rangers fan through and through when they're first. So, I hate that the Astros had to move to the AL West, but And I don't know about y'all, but I am certainly looking forward to college football season. Football season in general, but really college football. Ron Jeremy with a Queen King offsuit, raising to $30. Going to get called in 2 places by Bluff City and Rainbolt. And a King 10-3, 2 diamonds. So Ron Jeremy with top pair. Rainbolt, we're not really sure what he has, but John's going to have a continuation bet here of $35. Get a fold here from Bluff City and a fold from Rainbolt. So John going to pick up another hand. John just slowly building his chip stack. He's there at 965 in second place. Ricky Bobby right in the middle at 540, and Scott bringing up the tail end at 220 in chips at the current time. Shao Dog, I am very much excited for Tech. I think they're underrated in some places. I cannot believe they were not a preseason top 25 team in the AP poll. The coaches had them at 24, but the Associated Press is just a bunch of idiots, if you ask me. I cannot believe they don't have them there. But I hope they use it as a chip on their shoulder. Rainbolt with pocket 4s. Scott had raised it to 10 with a 6-5, so he's playing with some different cards here. 4 players to the flop. We got a 3-7-10, so Scott picking up the Gutty. He needs Rainbolt to trip up, but that's going to be hard to do considering 3 of the 4 4s are in hands, and we don't know what Bluff City has. Bluff City with a bet of 15 is going to pick up this hand. I know people think I'm crazy, but I have Tech with 2 losses at most this year, and actually I have a hard time seeing them getting a second loss. So I'm sure that I'll get a lot of haters on that comment, but you know what? I don't mind it. I really have a hard time seeing Tech losing 2 games. I do think they'll make the Big 12 title game this year. Vanilla Ice with an ace-10 and Elijah 3-betting it to $60 with an ace-king. And he's going to probably get called here from Vanilla Ice. It looks like Bluff City made the call, and Vanilla Ice did make the call as well. And a king-queen right off the bat. So Elijah with top pair, top kicker. He's going to c-bet for $50. I'm going to fold from Bluff City and a call from AJ. AJ hoping for a jack. He did not hit it. So let's see what Elijah does here. Elijah going to keep up the betting, it looks like. Probably going to make it around $120, or he's going to make it $90, excuse me. $90, and AJ going to hold out for one of those jacks. There's only one jack he can hit, and he misses it. Now, he does hit the spade, so it does give him some bluff outs, I guess. Gives him a chance to take a bluff at this, but if he checks, I don't know that Elijah actually bets. If Elijah's willing to bet here, I believe he's willing to make any call. But it also depends on how much he bets. If he really thinks his hand is a winner, he could bet $25 to $40. See if he can get a raise out of AJ. Only if he really thinks his hand is good. Maybe AJ gives him a raise, a value raise, or a bluff raise, and he actually makes a little money off of it. He does check back, so he feels like his hand's a little bit weaker, but he is going to pick up that pot at $235. Excuse me, 265 profit.
Can I get 260, Mac? 280. And then 280.
Ace 10 for Air Force One offsuit with Rain Bolt in the +3 position with a 9-4 off. I'm guessing we had a straddle at Bluff City, and looks like we did. So we're going to get a call from Air Force One and fold it around to Elijah, who's got a Queen 7 of clubs. Excuse me, fold to AJ, who makes the call. AJ raising it to 25, and Scott going to make the call with a King Jack. Bluff City making the call for 15 more. And Air Force One's probably going to make this call, and he does. Javier with a 5-3, so as tight as he's been playing, he's going to call with a 5-3 offsuit. Queen, Queen 3 on the flop, so that's no help for anybody of Javier. And let's see if a bet helps here. But AJ's going to take the lead here with a $40 bet. A 2 of diamonds on the turn. Vanilla Ice and Javier now heads up. And Greg with the bet going to get AJ to fold here. AJ having a rough go of it here. He's at 375 in chips near the bottom. What's up, Chelsea? Did you already move back home? Don't forget about our Tuesday night $3,000 guarantee tournament, 120 max buy-in, $45 minimum buy-in, starts at 7 p.m. every Tuesday. We have, rarely do we miss that guarantee. It typically goes over the $3,000, so of course it is a $3,000 guarantee, but typically it goes over that. We have our bankroll builder on the weekends, Saturday and Sunday at 7 p.m. It's a $20 buy-in, I believe. Chelsea, I'll do my best to see you before then. Vanilla Ice looking down at Pocket Jacks. He's finally got a hand that he can hopefully win. He raises up to $20. Scott with the fold. Javier looking down at Ace 10 of hearts. Can't imagine he folds here, but I saw him fold better hands pre-flop earlier. He does. He 3-bets it now to 60. 3-bet to 60, and Bluff City with a 7-5 going to make the call. AJ going to make the call. He could move all in, but he's not. He's just going to make the call. Stacks all into the flop here, 4 ways. Actually, 3 ways, excuse me. We did get an extra fold, so. And it is an 8-9 jack. I mean, 8-9 queen. So, AJ still leading here. He needs a 10 for the straight. He does not want to trip up unless he's going to hit the boat, because tripping up will give... he does move all in, and Javier folds. So Greg making the fold there, and AJ going to pick up some chips. Going to pick up a few chips here. Get back up just above the halfway mark at 580 in chips. Puts him in fourth. Elijah leading the way at 1,300 in chips. And Scott down there at the bottom at 160. So it's a $20 on that bankroll builder. It's going to be a $20 minimum buy-in, $30 maximum buy-in. So you can buy a rebuy up front. And then it'll be $10 rebuys. Cello Mello, anybody can play these live streams as long as you're a member. If you haven't been here to Stacks, come on up, 5004 Frankfurt Avenue, Suite 500. If you can have a daily membership for $10, or you can do a lifetime membership for $20. So become a lifetime member for $20, and it'll just be a $5 daily daily member fee. We usually have free beverages, Cokes, Diet Coke, Sprites, waters, free snacks, all for members. And yes, you can come in and you can sign up for this live stream anytime you want to.
If I wasn't down as much as I'm down, I would 3-bet that pre-flop, and then I would bet the flop, and then I would win. Hey, do they still bring beers if you tell them to through the mic?
Hey, Rock, can you tell me to AJ have a beer?
No, I got straddle and
Straddle. I got $10 straddle from AJ and $20 straddle from
That
Rock.
got expensive so fast. Yeah, and I'm gonna be suited, so I have to call.
Rain Bolt on the button. Gonna have a $10 straddle from AJ. It's gonna maybe have a $20 straddle maybe. Looks like we had a double straddle for 20. Rain Bolt making the call and AJ making the call as well. Elijah folding Scott. Looks like Scott makes the call. Javier with pocket king's gonna would imagine he 3-bets here. He is gonna 3-bet it to say 85. Let's see here. Excuse me, Scott was all in for 115. My bad. Did not see that. So we're 4 ways to a flop, 1 all in. Pocket kings in Javier's hand. Oh my goodness, Scott hitting the straight flush draw. He's got the gutty straight flush draw, and he does have a gutty as a straight draw as well. Greg now moving all in for 435. He's trying to isolate this pot. And he gets a call from Vanilla Ice, so not sure what it... And there's a spade. Spade for the flush. Pocket kings and a flush. And Vanilla Ice with trip 10s. So the set of 10s, or is that a 9-10? 2 pair for AJ. He's going to win the big pot, or the side pot. Scott with the spade flush is going to win the main pot. Jello, yes, as Chelsea said, he played our first live stream. Wolfgang comes in occasionally when he's coming through. He'll often set up a meetup game here as well. And we'll announce those on our Facebook page and all of our social media if that happens again. See if we can't get him to come through here again here real soon. Jello, maybe you can come in and play in that game as well. Maybe get him to come in for a live stream and you can double dip. Play against Wolfgang Poker and play in the live stream both at the same time. Ricky Bobby making the call for 15. Not sure what he has. Javier raising it to 15 with an ace 3 of hearts. And John looking down on the button with pocket 10s. He's going to 3-bet it here. 3-bet it to what looks like $80. $75, excuse me. Ricky Bobby going to make the call after Javier goes away with the initial raise. Bluff City, not sure what he has either. He's looking to see how much money John has back. Maybe he's making a decision whether he wants to go all in right now or not. He does not. I'm going to save him a few bluffing chips for after the flop. And a Jack 9-4. No help. John, of course, going to c-bet here for about $85. Typically, Jello, we do Mondays, Wednesdays, and Sunday, or Sunday, Monday, and Wednesdays. I believe right now is the current schedule. We had been having a 10:25 on the button game on Fridays. We may pick that up again soon. Eight on the turn, giving Ron Jeremy the open-ended straight draw along with his pocket 10s. Ricky Bobby, of course, the cards we have still not seen yet. He actually makes the bet. It's 200 to call for John. He's really got a decision to make here. You got to think here, though, that if John's going to make this call here, he's probably going to go all the way if anything under a 10 hits the board. He knows it's going to cost him about $135 more after this river, no matter what happens. He's also got to decide whether he's willing to call that 135 after the river. Or, excuse me, 215. Can't tell if that's reds on the other side or not. I think it's greens. So it looks like about a 210. He is going to make the bet, or he is going to raise it. And it looks like a looks like an 8-9 to me. It's a jack on the river. So now it puts two pair. He's going to end up winning this hand with 10s and jacks. 10s and jacks are going to end up winning this hand. Wow. Oh, excuse me. No. That's pocket 9s. I couldn't see that from... So that's my fault. I actually thought that was an 8-9, and it was actually pocket 9s. So he rivers the boat. So Ricky Bobby now right behind Elijah with 1,200 in chips. Vanilla Ice down to 15 in chips. And Rainbolt sitting right there in the middle with 505. Guys, if you're in here watching, please go hit that like button. That'll help push the content out there, help people be able to find our page and find our videos. So if you could, go ahead and hit that like button. Let's get it all the way up, at least to the amount of watchers that we have. Vanilla Ice looking down at a Jack 10 on the button. Javier with pocket 9s now. I'm sure he's going to want to see if he can get as lucky as Ricky Bobby. So he raises it up to 30, all in from Bluff City for 115. AJ could make a call here if he feels Bluff City's weak, but he's not going to. So now it's down to Javier. Does he want to put in the additional $85 with pocket 9s? I can't imagine that he wouldn't, but then again, I've had a hard time knowing what Greg would do. He's gonna look him up here. So don't know what Bluff City has yet. I'm sure they're asking about running it more than once.
Two full boards. Two full boards. Yes, Rock. They're running two full boards. I have no clue.
And there's a 9 on the flop, so that gives Greg the trip 9s. So trip 9, a boat, 9's full of aces there. And they're doing 2 full boards. So, and 2 queens on the flop now, queens and 9s. And a 7 on the river, so not sure what happened here, but did not get to see Brian's cards, but I'm assuming he didn't have a pair of 9s beat in the first place. So it looks like Brian may be getting up from the table. It looks like he's had his fill for the night.
How do you view us? You know how many chips I have to have in front of me and maybe the same profits I have? 6, 12, 15,
3 5s on the board. Of course, we're not seeing what anybody has right now. And it doesn't really matter at this point because there's the bet. The 10 high, the 10s and 5s win it.
I'm playing strategically and smart.
8 players right now. So we've got room for another player. I'm sure we'll get another player to sit in here in just a minute. Got a raise here from Javier with $50 bet, $50 call. Excuse me. Ricky Bobby with the $50 raise. Excuse me, not Javier, not Greg. We're heads up to a flop, Queen 9 versus Ace 10. So Ace 10 now is ahead. Aces, Vanilla Ice with a pair of 9s. See what he thinks he's going to do here. AJ with the quick call. And a deuce, and then a 4 of diamonds on the river. Those of you baseball fans, especially you Rangers fans, they're battling here in the bottom of the ninth, down 2-0 to the Angels, trying for the sweep. They got 2 on and nobody out, but Jonah Heim at the bat with 2 strikes.
Never done it. Actually, I knew it once.
I had ace jack, ace jack, ace 10, ace 9. I haven't won.
Checking the flop just crushed me.
So kind of a raise to 15 from Ricky Bobby. Get folded all the way around. Looks like he may pick this whole thing up with just a raise. Nope, Scott makes the call with a 7-4 clubs. So he's over here going to try to get sneaky with him. Ace 3-9. We are 3 ways to a flop. Javier made the call as well. Get a bet here from Ricky Bobby and quick folds there. Elijah going to look down at an ace-jack right behind Vanilla Ice's pocket queens. So AJ raising to 20, and he's going to get one caller for sure. Ricky Bobby with an ace-6 making what looked like it might have been a call, but I couldn't tell. Oh, not a great flop for ace-jack, because ace-jack now picks up top pair. So he's going to be feeling pretty good. He does get a check on the turn. I mean, a check to the turn. AJ going to bet it up now with pocket queens to $50. Ace Jack going to make the call, but AJ now with an open-ended straight draw as well. So Ricky Bobby going to go away. So we're heads up to a river. And a 7 on the river. No help for anybody. AJ now ahead with the pocket queens, and he makes a $35 bet. Let's see if he can entice a little bit of a raise from Elijah. Elijah going to make a stiff raise here. Looks like he's going to raise it up to $100. $100 here. AJ could move all in, but he's just going to flat call. So pocket queen's going to take it here. AJ going to win a $190 profit on the pot. Rangers down to their last out, 2 on. Leody Taveras, the 9-hole hitter. Oh, that's going to be tough. If he could at least find his way on, at least we're back up to Simeon, who could do just about anything. 7-6 from Vanilla Ice suited. He's going to make the call. Javier with a king jack going to raise it up to 20, and Ricky Bobby making the call with a 9-5 of spades. Bluff City with his cards not visible making the call, and of course Vanilla Ice making it as well. Oh, 668 for Vanilla Ice. He picks up a trip sixes. Going to get a $25 bet here from Bluff City. Just what AJ wants to see. He makes a call. And we're going to get a fold here from from Javier. But a call from Ricky Bobby with the straight draw. He does not want to see it because if the 7 hits, that would be very, very ugly. It's a $50 bet and a raise to 100. Raise to 100 and Bluff City calls. It is a 7 on the river, so now a boat for Vanilla Ice. Going to get a check and a check back. Here AJ back there saying all he wanted was a 6 or a 7. Well, he got it. He got the 7 on the river for the boat. And a Jack Deuce 3 going to give Air Force One and Javier top pair. Or, excuse me, second pair. And Javier, of course, with a better kicker, but Scott still hanging in there with a pair of 6s. Ace of clubs on the turn gives them both a flush draw, but not very good flush draws. So, not sure if another club comes, it could just be who decides they want to bet. Because it'd be hard for the other one to call with any club, with that 6 or 4 clubs, that's for sure. Air Force One betting $35. Excuse me, $15. Javier's still in the hand, by the way, and that is another jack. So Javier now with trip jacks. Javier with trip jacks when he has the jack on the, I believe he has a jack 10 if I remember correctly. $75 bet from Scott. Javier actually makes the bet. So 75 to call for Air Force One. He's going to make this call here. He does have a jack, so he's going to make the call. Scott more than definitely going to get out of the way here. Rain bolt on the button here. No straddle, so Ron Jeremy going to fold the Jack 5 of diamonds. AJ, though, going to call with his Jack 8 off. Javier with an Ace 8 of spades making the fold. Bluff City raising to $40. And Rainbolt with the King 10 going to go away. And going to get folded around to Bluff City, and he's going to pick up that small pot.
I just suddenly felt grace. I don't know what it is, but like, oh!
Air Force One with a Queen 10 going to make the call for 20. Ron Jeremy with a 5-4 going to make that call as well. And Vanilla Ice looking down, chuckling here, but makes me wonder what he's really got into there. King Jack from Scott making the call as well. Javier with a Queen 8. A lot of money in there. He looks like Javier might have went away.
And then you showed up, and I was like, I just suddenly felt grace.
Javier does make the call, by the way. No, he doesn't. He folds. Ace 9-3 on the flop. So a wheel draw for Ron Jeremy. He needs a 2 to hit the board. It is a 7. 7 of diamonds on the turn. 7 of diamonds on the turn. So now gives Ron Jeremy the double gutty. But a flush draw for Javier. Javier is out of this hand though. He does not have cards, so. And a 4. So a pair of 4s for, Ron Jeremy got out of Vanilla Ice. We don't know what he has. $80 bet from Ricky Bobby. AJ going to have to sit and think about that for a little while one of the girls brings him another beer. He thinks much longer. I'm going to have to start calling him Ice Ice Maybe. Maybe he'll call, maybe he won't. And he does not. He does lay it down. So Ricky Bobby now leading the way in chips at 1,500. Elijah and Javier both with 1,100. Ron Jeremy bringing up the tail end at 385 with Air Force One at 660 and right in the middle.
I didn't. I just folded. And I was like, oh, well, you see my kick.
Like, oh. Imagine he's like, I had my
I couldn't be more wrong.
top
You
pair.
know what? I'm not even going to play the guessing games anymore. Wasn't good earlier.
That's why I did not hear the first.
VPIP, Bluff City with a 64% VPIP. Vanilla Ice right behind him at 56%. So these guys are definitely willing to play some hands. There is no doubt about that. Elijah raising to 15 with a King 10 of clubs. Ricky Bobby with a 10-9 making the call, and Vanilla Ice as well with a 9-7. 4 ways to a flop. Bluff City in with cards again we do not see. So it's a 10-8 ace on the flop. So Vanilla Ice with the open-ended straight draw. And a 9, no help for Vanilla Ice. 2 pair for Ricky Bobby. AJ still needing a 7 or a jack, and he's going to go away. I mean, a jack or a 6. But it doesn't matter. He went away. Wow. and an ace on the river. It'll be a check. So we got two pair, eights and nines. I mean, tens and aces. So Bluff City looking like he's going to lose this hand. I'm not sure what cards he showed, but Ricky Bobby going to pick up another pot here. $105 profit. Elijah now on the button. No straddle. Bluff City with a raise to 10. Going to get calls from Rainbolt, Ron Jeremy, and AJ. But a button raise here from Elijah. He's going to 3-bet it to $60 or $80. Excuse me. He has Ace King suited. So Ace King of Hearts. Bluff City making the call. Rainbolt and Ron Jeremy going to go away, and so is Vanilla Ice. So we're going to be heads up. Heads up to a flop. For some reason, Brian's cards just are not scanning. Ace, Queen, 6, 2 diamonds. Elijah with top pair, top kicker at this point. And it's going to get checked to him, and he's going to continuation bet for 35. 2 on the turn, or no, 60, excuse me. A check to Elijah, and Elijah again with the bet, going to make a bigger bet. He's going to get Brian to fold. He's going to pick up a $175 profit on that. Heads up to a flop here. There's a 10 on the flop, so that's going to give AJ a pair, it looks like. Excuse me, it's 8-9 in his hand, not an 8-10. So no help for either player. Got a flush draw for, actually, the flush hits for Scott. He's going to bet it out, and AJ's going to make the call. And a 4 on the river. Let's see what Scott decides to do here. Can't imagine he does not bet. He does reach for chips, and AJ immediately folds. Ricky Bobby leading the way at 1,600 in chips. Bluff City at the bottom with 225. Air Force One with 660 and AJ at 605. Both of them bringing right up the middle, looking about the middle of the pack there. Got Greg there playing chess on his phone. Or checkers. Maybe he's playing checkers while everybody else is playing chess. So the King 10 deuce gives Air Force One the gutty. Rainbolt with an open ender. And Vanilla Ice with a pair of tens. $40 bet from Rainbolt's going to get a call from AJ with his pair of tens. And Air Force One going to make the call with his gutty. Turns a Jack of Hearts, so it actually does no good for anyone really, except it gives Rainbolt an open-ended straight draw as well now. So AJ with the fold and Air Force One really contemplating here, trying to decide whether he wants to hold on with his pair of jacks. He is ahead with the pair of jacks. He is going to make the call as well. And it's a queen on the river, going to give Broadway. So Broadway to Air Force One while Rainbolt picks up the two pair. And he is going to lay it out. $150 bet. Cannot imagine a scenario unless he makes a mistake in what he reads of his own hand. Air Force One could be contemplating how big of a raise to make here. He is going to move all in. He's going to move all in for 500. Rainbolt with the decision to go here, and he makes the snap call, and he's going to see the bad news with the Broadway. Rainbolt not happy at all with that turn of events, I can tell you right now. He cannot imagine that the two pairing up is going to give Broadway to Air Force One. So Rainbolt looking like he's probably going to take his exit from the game. Hand number 52 in the game so far. Maybe not. Looks like that might be his phone there. So he could be reloading. Kinsey does deal him a hand, so he may very well be buying back in. I want to say thank you to all of those that are in here watching now. We're going to ask you to go hit that like button, share the content, share our link. Go on your social media and share it. We're here for a pretty good while longer. We are scheduled to go till midnight with the live stream, so hoping to see you guys continue to share that. Hoping to see the audience grow. Scott with pocket jacks. Javier with a jack 8 of hearts. Ricky Bobby with a king deuce of hearts, and he's going to fold. Air Force One, though, with a 10-3 of hearts, going to make the call. Excuse me, he folds. Bluff City 3 bets it to 60. So Bluff City making it 60 to go. Scott going to make, looks like he might be moving all in. Javier with the Jack 8 of hearts, he makes the call as well. So 3 ways to a flop. Of course, no one all in. And we got a Queen Jack 7. So Scott now tripping up and Javier with a pair of jacks. But the queen on the board is probably going to save Javier. Greg going to be making that fold. Open-ended for Bluff City, and he moves all in. Scott absolutely going nowhere with his trip jacks. It's just a matter of what he decides to do. He's going to... Of course, he's going to tank for a while, hoping maybe to get Greg to call as well, but I don't see Greg making this call. And Greg does make the quick fold, so all in. Heads up, no more action. In a 6. So Brian this time felt it, and I do believe he is actually going to get out of here on that hand. He probably will not rebuy. Elijah with a Queen Jack, and Javier are making a 3-bet with pocket queens. So we're going to get folded around. Vanilla Ice making the call with a Jack 6 offsuit. Elijah, of course, making a pretty easy call with a Queen Jack of spades, at least in his mind. And a 4-5 or 5-5-4. No help for anybody. Pocket queens of Greg's here still looking really good. And of course, he's going to c-bet here for probably 75 or 85. Just a $50 bet, but AJ making the call. Six on the turn, giving AJ the pair of 6s would go with the 5s, but he doesn't realize he is so far behind. He does check, and AJ going to take a stab at this. Well, he makes the call, excuse me. And a king on the river, going to give 3 diamonds on the board, and he's going to put an overcard on the board. Greg making the bet, and Vanilla Ice snap folding. So AJ making the call with a 9-5 of diamonds. Scott with a queen 10 of diamonds, raising it up to 15. Going to get a call here from Greg with a 5-4 of spades. And Air Force One going to go away with his 9-4 of hearts. Rainbow with an 8, with an ace-7 going to make the call as well. So we're 4 ways to a flop. We're going to get a Jack 5 King 2 spades. So Javier picking up a pair and the spade draw. Scott with the open ender. Vanilla Ice, obviously, with a pair of 5s as well. So a 5 on the turn. So AJ probably kicking himself over there at this point. So now trip 5s and a spades for Greg. And Scott makes the bet of $75. And Greg makes the fold with trip 5s here. Wow. Unbelievable. Come on in. Javier winning that hand with trip fives. Must have been a computer glitch.
Smells like chatting.
I mean, it could be worse. It could smell like Scott.
Fold.
Golly, AJ. Thought you were about to fall.
That would have been good.
Scott with pocket aces right here. Ricky Bobby going to make the call. And Air Force One folding. Rainbolt with a queen five of diamonds. He's going to make the call as well. So looks like we're going to be 3 or 4 ways to a flop. Jack 7-3, or excuse me. Yeah, Jack 7-3 on the flop. So a pair of sevens for Ricky Bobby, pair of threes for Ron Jeremy, but Scott hitting his his pocket aces hitting the trips. So he's got a set of aces on the flop, 2 spades. He's going to make the $30 bet, and it's going to get folded around. He's going to win that pot. The ace on the turn. So I'm sorry, the board is reading differently than what the cards actually are. It's going to be a Jack 7-3 ace. So he does hit the set on the turn, though. He does hit the set on the turn. Eight on the river, no help. Ricky Bobby with the 7-6. Scott, of course, with the set of aces. Heads up King 10 versus 10-6. So 2 pair for Ricky Bobby. AJ again coming in here and playing for behind. And he's going to make the call for $15. $20, excuse me. The river's going to be a 7 of hearts. So could have given AJ a chance to bluff at that, but he did not. And he is going to lose the hand. AJ going to take his leave from the table, it looks like, as well, or is he changing seats? He could be changing seats. He is. AJ not usually a quitter, not like that. He either wins and leaves or loses and leaves. Ace 10-10, so Scott with the straight draw. Rainbolt with no help, really. Ace-9 from Vanilla Ice. Raised to 15 from Ricky Bobby. Scott with, Elijah 3-bets with a King-Queen offsuit to $55. Scott folds with his pocket 5s. But we're going to be 4 ways to a flop, it looks like. And Ace-Queen 6. So Elijah now flopping second pair. Vanilla Ice with a pair of aces. And, of course, Ricky Bobby in there. But Vanilla Ice going to bet up the ace right off the bat. He's not going to take any chances. Going to get a fold here from Ron Jeremy. And Elijah with a King-Queen with a decision to make here, especially since he's the one who 3-bet it pre-flop. He's going to go away as well. So I would imagine this is going to get folded around to AJ. AJ going to pick up this pot. $170 profit on that one. That's not too bad. Air Force One pre-flop raising 3% of the time. Vanilla Ice, though, 26% at the top. Ace-Queen from Ricky Bobby. He's going to see if he can catch a flop here. 2 diamonds on the flop. No help, but open ender for Rainbolt. Elijah going to bet out $50, which we don't get to see what his cards are yet. So we'll just have to see how the action plays out. Ricky Bobby with the Ace-Queen. Going to go ahead and make that call while AJ makes it as well with a King-7 of hearts. Rainbolt with the open ender is going to make it as well. Can't imagine him getting away from it. And the turn's going to be a 4 of clubs, so no help to anyone whose cards are showing. So if Elijah gets a chance to continue on, well, no, it's a check around. And it is a 9 on the river. So right now, according to the tracker, Ace-King is the winning hand. I mean, Ace-Queen's the winning hand. AJ going to bet out, though, for $75. He's not going to take that chance. Going to fold from Rainbolt here. And Elijah, though, Elijah making the call for $100, so he must have something underneath there. He has an 8-10 for a straight. Nope. He has an 8-10 for 10s and 9s. Elijah with 1,500 in chips. Javier right behind him at 1,400, along with Ricky Bobby as well. Air Force One at 1,200. Rainbolt now with pocket aces. Those pocket aces have been coming out quite often here tonight. AJ picking up top pair, so he very well could get frisky with this, so don't be surprised. Pocket aces for Rainbolt makes the $25 bet, and AJ's going to raise it up here, and raise it up here to about 150. Excuse me, maybe that's 225. Excuse me, 225, all in for 155, and going to get a call. AJ not going to be very happy with what he sees. He can pick up a win here with a jack or a 6. 6 on the turn, wow, and an 8 on the river. That is terrible. So, well, they're running it twice, so Rainbolt could come away with a win here. So it's a split pot. They're going to split this pot here. Ron Jeremy with an ace-10 and Elijah with an ace-queen. Elijah going to 3-bet here, I'm sure. I can't imagine he doesn't. He does 3-bet to 50 after the raise from John. He folded all the way around. Air Force One with a queen-jack suited could make the call, but he doesn't. He makes the fold. So now it's down to John. And John going to look at those cards and decide, no, not with a heads up. Pocket aces again. Scott with them this time. My goodness. These aces have been coming like crazy today. Make sure y'all are coming in and hitting that like button. Smash that thumbs up for me, please. Get our content out there. Share it with your friends. Vanilla Ice with a King Jack offsuit. Ricky Bobby raising it to 35 with the 8-7. And Scott just making the call. So we're going to be 3 ways to a flop. 3 ways to a flop. This could get ugly if the right cards come. 3 deuce 7 on the flop. So Ricky Bobby does pick up the pair of sevens. He also is the one who raised it, but that was a quick getaway there for pocket aces. Hey, you got time tonight? Come on, get up here. Black Site 44 never gets on the live stream. We have a Monday, Wednesday. Sunday, Monday, Wednesday has been the typical night. We still try to have it on a Friday. We just haven't in a while. But yeah, you still got time tonight. If you want to come get on the table. I don't know if we have a wait list at this time or not. You could always call up and check as well. But don't hesitate to come on up. Looks like we're playing 7-handed right now, so a couple of spots open, it looks like. However, I appreciate you joining the live stream and coming in and popping on the chat. Queen Jack for Elijah, he raises to 20. Air Force One's got some sort of cards he definitely makes the call with. We just don't get to see him. And a King Jack 5 on the flop, so Elijah flopping second pair. Ricky Bobby with no real help. He makes the fold when Elijah bets. Air Force One with the decision to make here for $25. And after that flop, looks like he's probably going to go away, and he does. Get a good wash of the cards here from Kinsey. We should have a new dealer coming in here in about 10 minutes or so, I believe. Want to remind everybody of our Tuesday night $3,000 guarantee tournament, $120 max buy-in, $45 min buy-in. And that tournament typically always goes over the guarantee. And then Saturday and Sunday at 7 p.m., we have our new bankroll builder. Our bankroll builder tournament. It's going to be a $20 buy-in minimum, $30 max buy-in, and $10 rebuys. AJ looking down at a Queen 9 offsuit and gets a call. And we're going to have a Queen Jack, 2 clubs on the flop. Ron Jeremy betting 15 out. John betting 15 against AJ here. And AJ going to go ahead with top pair, and he's going to make that call. An ace of clubs on the turn, so that does bring in the flush draw. Could slow down the betting a little bit, but it does not. $35 from AJ, and he's going to go away. Colton says Elijah is a cutie patootie. Well, I will hope that word gets passed along to him, because I don't think I'm going to use those words to describe him, even if it's for you. Vanilla Ice looking down at Queen Jack, Air Force One with Ace Jack. Ron Jeremy with an Ace 7, and he's going to call here. Queen 5 for Elijah, spades. And Javier folds an Ace 10 because he's not at the table. So 4 ways to a flop here. We're going to get a 6, 7, 9 on the flop. So the 5 here of Elijah could turn into a straight. But he's going to go away here pretty quick while Ron Jeremy makes the bet with a pair of sevens. You get 2 callers and a 6 on the turn. So 7s and 6s now for John. He's still ahead. Air Force One and AJ, though, both with overcards. John going to make it expensive to call here. If they're going to continue on, they're going to have to pay a good amount to do it. AJ goes ahead and folds, but Air Force One, he's trying to decide whether he wants to or not, and he does fold as well.
Straddle for 10 for AJ.
I'm getting out of pocket how much
Got a $10 straddle. Rainbolt making the call. AJ raised it, he straddled a 10 and he has the ace jack. Looks like he's going to raise it up to $35, 25 more around the table. And we're going to have 2 callers. Oh, AJ, 7-6-3 on the flop. So no help for anybody. AJ's going to lead out. That's $70 off the flop, and he's going to pick up that hand. Too easy for AJ. It's too easy out here for AJ. Just wins whenever he wants to. Guys, I want to remind you all about our hours tournament as well. So you can qualify the first 20 players to 100 hours. Play a free roll for $6,500. Guaranteed. It's a $6,500 tournament. So it's limited to the first 20 players who reach 100 hours. As you reach 100 hours, with Ron here, Ron Jeremy flopping trip 9s. But as you reach 100 hours, for every hour you go over, you get an extra 1,000 in starting chips until the last person reaches 100 hours. So, but it's a true free roll, $6,500. You cannot buy in, you cannot rebuy. The only money you pay is your daily $5 fee and a $10 dealer appreciation if you would like. We're going to get 3 ways to a turn. We got one. We had 1 all in and 2. So we were heads up. And AJ losing that hand to John. He should have named himself John Jeremy.
Can I get 500?
No, he was blowing. Whatever he was supposed to be.
Alright, everything changes now. Mix it all around. I'm having fun now. Officially.
AJ deciding that he's just going to throw money out on the table and hope it sticks. Elijah going to be looking down at an ace-king offsuit here. Ace-king versus pocket queens right now. Got a 4-bet to $90. Air Force One contemplating. And he does make the call. Pocket queen still ahead, ace-king behind. For Air Force One, I think if it's a $100 bet from Elijah. If I'm Air Force One, though, I'm putting him to a decision right now. I don't want to see it go any further. But he just flat calls. And an 8 on the turn, keeping the queens ahead. Elijah going to stay strong here, though. At this point, though, if you're Air Force One, I almost think you just have to call because too much in chips here. Oh my goodness, don't tell me he's going to fold. Oh, Air Force One, no, don't tell me you're going to fold. He's really contemplating a fold here. I'm telling you right now, I am not good enough to make that fold there. I am shoving if it's me. Well, he really is putting a lot of thought into this. You know the old saying, think long, think wrong. He does make the call, though. And a 9 on the river, so pocket queens are good here. Elijah's got a... I cannot imagine he doesn't make a huge bet here. As much thinking as Air Force One was doing. And how does he go away here if he makes that call? $450. Oh my gosh, and he makes the fold. He folds the winner. Oh my gosh. Wow. What a great play from Elijah. Oh my goodness. Wow. Air Force One's going to be sick later when he watches this. I can tell you right now. That was a huge pot. $1,300 pot. Javier losing about half his stack on that hand. Excuse me, Air Force One. Take a quick break here, guys. Let y'all listen to some of the table talk. I'll be right back. Oh, well, maybe after this hand. Air Force One now flopping trip kings. And he is just going to pick up that hand real quick. I'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Noel says, go Elijah. Well, he went right there. He sure did go there and pick up a good chunk of chips right there on that last hand.
It's like garlic parmesan wings. Something like that.
They probably have something like that.
It's $25. go to you, it'd be a little suspicious.
All right, I'm back. Yeah, I know, Louis. I completely agree. I cannot believe that. He's going to be kicking himself later for sure. As I said, I am nowhere near good enough to have made that fold. And the way the action played out, I would have been calling that all the way because I wouldn't have believed it. I would have believed my queens were good, but to each their own. That's the way it goes. That's part of this game. So going to sit right back down, and it's going to be John and AJ heads up again. Go figure. And AJ with the 2 pair, going to bet it up to $45. Excuse me, $40. Wonder if John's just trying to decide whether he can bluff AJ out of that or not. Wouldn't be the first time. Wouldn't be the first time. That's exactly what I was thinking. You got to put him to a decision at some point right there. You don't wait till the river.
Because I had you trapped on the turn.
So it's looking more and more like Kenzie might be the dealer of record for the rest of the night. I don't know. She likes to deal long sessions if she can. So John going to look down at a Jack 10, raises it up to $15. Scott going to make the call. Greg going to make the call as well. And Ricky Bobby with pocket jacks going to 3-bet to $60. AJ on the button with a 6-5. Just might get frisky and make the call, but he does not. We're going to go no ways to a flop. That's going to get folded around, and Ricky Bobby's going to pick up $50. Elijah up there with 1,800 in chips. Ricky Bobby behind him, and Javier with 1,300 in chips. Air Force One down at 675. John looking down at a Queen 6. He's going to let it go. Elijah with a Queen 5 of clubs. He is going to let that go as well. So probably going to get folded around here. AJ, never one to miss the opportunity to play a hand heads up, is going to make the call. He's going to raise it to 15, excuse me. Air Force One with a 7-3 makes the call. And AJ flopping the 7 as well, so both players flopping a pair of 7s. AJ, however, with the much better kicker. Air Force One picking up the straight draw with the 4 on the turn. AJ betting and getting a call as well. And down to a river is going to be another 7, so the case 7 hits the river, going to get a $25 bet. Probably going to get a raise here, and it is going to be $50 and a call. And it's going to be the 7 queen for the win. 7 queen going to pick up the win. AJ going to pick up that extra $25 when Air Force One raises it up on him. Oh, how the mighty have fallen tonight.
That's a weird stat to keep track of.
On Wednesdays, we'll put his hat on and
He's not going to lose.
get a spreadsheet around that side.
So we're going to go 6-handed to the flop here. And a king 8 deuce on the flop. We don't get to see everybody's hands because Ricky Bobby and AJ are not able to show theirs. Otherwise, no pairs. We're going to get checked around. We're getting a turn of a 7. So a 7's going to give Air Force One a pair. Not sure who else has what, though. No one else really with anything. Elijah picking up the straight draw. He's going to make the call for $5. So we're going to get folded down 2. We're going to end up heads up, it looks like. And the 9 on the river going to give Elijah the straight. AJ going to bet right into him. Elijah going to raise it up here. Oh, he does just make the call. Elijah just makes the call, it looks like. Yeah, Louis, I agree. Hard to recover from that. Hand like that can shake you sometimes, and if you can't let it go. It can really mess up your game for the rest of the night. And if you're ahead, sometimes, if you're still ahead after a loss like that, it's sometimes best to just take your win and go home at that point because, like you say, it make kind of hard to recover. Scott with an 8-10 of diamonds raises up to 15. Ricky Bobby with ace-jack makes the call. AJ folds. Air Force One going to fold as well, more than likely. He's thinking about it. And he does make the fold. So Scott and Ricky Bobby going to be heads up to a flop. Scott raised to 15. Ricky Bobby made the call. And a jack 9, 2 diamonds. So Ricky Bobby flopping top pair, but Scott flopping the monster hand. He's got the open-ended straight and the flush draw. Ricky Bobby going to bet out $45. And Scott making the quick call. And the turn is going to be a 3 of diamonds, a really good card. A good card for Scott. Obviously, it gives him the flush, but it could be something where he's wanting, Ricky Bobby's betting here to see if he was looking for the straight. Scott going to go ahead and just make this call here. And a 9 of clubs on the river. So at this point, they're going to get checked back. It's going to be jacks versus a flush. So the flush going to win that hand. Scott going to pick up the pot of $245. Elijah's still leading the way with 1,900 in chips. Air Force One now bringing up the tail end at 555. Javier and Ron Jeremy both at 1,200, sitting right in the middle. So King 6-6 on the flop. No real help for anybody. Vanilla Ice, of course, picking up the pair of kings, so it helps him. And now an ace on the turn is going to give Scott the pair of aces. AJ with a $75 bet. Scott going to make the quick call, and can't blame him. And a river deuce, so the deuce, no help. AJ going to look down and see the bad news when he gets to see Scott's ace. So Scott picking up the pot of $425. Scott with a $265 profit. Pocket aces again rearing their head in this game. Air Force One now with the pocket aces. He's going to raise it up to 15. John not going to get a chance to look at his cards. Elijah with the ace 10. He's going to look down and make the call. Scott with a king, queen of hearts. 3 bets it to 50, so could be a chance here for Air Force One to make a little bit of that money back on that misplayed pair of queens. Air Force One contemplating whether he should 4-bet or just flat call here. With 505 in chips, you're not going to get a... So he is going to make the 4-bet. He's going to 4-bet it to $150. Elijah probably going to get out of the way here. The suited ace... The fact that he's suited with his ace 10 could prompt him to call, but he's been playing a little better than that, and he does make the call. I mean, the fold. Scott, however, going to make the call. Two hearts on the flop. The royal flush draw, or the straight flush draw, the royal flush is out of play. So Scott now with a flush draw. Air Force One though with the backdoor nut heart draw. Any ace, any 9 for Scott, and any heart at this point. So he has a ton of outs. 12 outs right now for Scott. Could be 14, but 2 of those are already gone. The sad thing here is that this pot being 420 in chips, going to get it all in a call. Trying to decide whether they're going to run it once or twice. And it is a heart. Oh, and another heart. a jack, and a 4. So Air Force One actually going to end up picking up both ends of this hand. He's going to pick up both boards. So he's going to get a true double up here. Lucky break for him because that hard hits on the turn, and he's pretty much dead to any other. I mean, he's dead to any other heart but a 9. The 9 still kills him. The 9 of hearts, that is. Well, it's one way to put yourself back up there. So a true double up puts him back up over the $1,000 mark. So he got about half of the chips he lost on those queens back. Like I said, those aces could have paid off well for him, and they did. I'm sure it was a little more tense than he would have liked it to have been, that's for sure. So pocket kings for Javier now. Those have been coming out quite a few times as well. And it is going to be a jack 7-7 on the flop. No help for either hand. 3 on the turn. Greg, of course, going to bet here. $15 just to catch, or $20 just to catch a little bit of chips. And a king on the river going to give him the boat. So AJ could be silly enough to make a raise here and try to bluff him out of it, but Greg with the $40 bet is probably going to induce a fold here from AJ. Oh my goodness, no, AJ does make the raise. Like I was curious about that, and he does try. Tough spot to do it in though when you're that far behind. And it doesn't matter what he does here because as soon as Greg raises here, AJ knows he's lost, so he's going to fold. So Greg can do all the thinking and the tanking and the Hollywood, and he wants to, but it's not going to get a raise out of AJ. I mean, it's not going to get a call out of AJ when he raises. But of course he has to raise. And he's doing what he's supposed to do. Think about it. Put out a raise and hope that AJ calls him. He's not going to. So Air Force One back up there over 1,000 at 1,100 in chips. AJ now bringing up the rear at 345 while Elijah's leading the way at 1,800. Greg with 1,400 and Ricky Bobby right behind him with 1,300. Scott going to look down at a King 10 offsuit. Got a new player coming into the 3 seat. Greg with Javier here with pocket 2s. Ricky Bobby 7-6 being folded because he's not at the table. AJ folding. Air Force One folding. And we're going to get a call here from John with 5-3. 3, 4, 7, 2 diamonds, pair of threes for John or Ron Jeremy. Really one of those hands of who wants to take it with a bet first. It's $25 or $20 bet from $25 bet from John. And a fold coming from the gutty Broadway draw and a fold coming from the pocket 2s. So John with a pair of threes going to pick up that win. flash card there. Looks like a jack or a queen, maybe. Whatever it was, Greg is none too happy about it because now he looks down at a 10 deuce. AJ going to get a chance to look at his cards. Ricky Bobby raising it to $30. AJ with an ace-7 could likely call here. And he is going to make the call. Air Force One with a fold. John with the ace-6 of spades making the call. And did not get a chance to see the name of our new player, but I'll find it out as soon as I know. King, Queen, spades for Elijah. And Scott with a 9-7 making the call. So all the way around, we're going to go 5 ways to a flop. Jack 10-3, an open ender now for Elijah. 2 clubs, no help for anybody. Ricky Bobby, of course, we don't know what his cards are. Elijah going to go ahead and check, though. Is a 4 of hearts. So 3-4 now, still no help for anybody. Ricky Bobby's cards unexposed. AJ going to lead out for $40. Elijah, of course, with the open ender is going to make the call. And going to get a fold around. Fold all the way around, so heads up to a river, and it is a 5 of diamonds. So AJ now going to bet it up, $90 to go. And with just an open ender, going to get Elijah here to fold, and AJ's going to take up the pot and win about $160 in profit. Ace Queen in 2 spots. Elijah with the suited Ace Queen. But those hands really no good. AJ going to be the better here. And he is going to go big or go home. He might go big and then go home. I don't know. But he is going to get a call. Jack and a 4, so we don't know what. We got a pair of jack. I got a jack 9 here from this side of the table and a 8-6 of clubs. Wow. Well, AJ. AJ with a tough go of it there. H6 of clubs, and he could not pick up either one. I don't think they have this player on the table yet, so right now it's kind of throwing everything off. 7-5 in two places folding. John with a queen jack off. It's going to come around to him, and he's going to
Yeah, do it. I'm smart. I'm all concerned. Yeah.
2 diamonds, a deuce 3 jack. So there you go. Now we're seeing it correctly. So Elijah's still leading the way with 1,800 in chips. He hadn't really played much. Vanilla Ice down there at the bottom at 220, and Ron Jeremy at 13, and Ricky Bobby at 12, putting up the middle there. Got us a new player in the 1 seat as well. Get Daniel in the 1 seat. He's going to be in the +1 position. Air Force One with a King 10 of clubs in the 10 seat. Now, chance for him to play, maybe pick up a few more chips, try to get back to where he was. Daniel's card's not exposed as of yet. He just makes the flat call. John making the call. Bill folding his hand. Elijah with a King Jack going to raise it, or going to call. Ron Jeremy, or John Jeremy, raised it up to 20. Greg makes the call for $20 as well. AJ with the call, as well as Air Force One. And Daniel makes the fold. So 2 aces on the flop. Ace, Jack on the flop. So Ron Jeremy, now with its trip aces, is going to get checked around, and we're going to get it's going to be a 4 of spades on the turn. No help for anybody. In fact, the only person that could possibly end up being helped here is going to be John. Any spade, any four, any jack, any ace. Nothing. He wins the hand. Oh, excuse me. A lot. I'm going to have to go back and watch that hand later. I missed something there. Must not have been three aces actually on that flop. No, there was. I saw it on the board. Maybe that was not John's cards. Who knows? So John now with ace 10 in the +1 position. Daniel under the gun. He makes a fold with... But John with a 5, ace 10 is going to raise it up to 15. Mr. Bill going to look down at a 7-3. Probably going to make the fold here. Elijah with ace 4 going to do the same. Scott, we don't see his cards, but he does make the call for 15. Javier folds. Ricky Bobby folds. And AJ with the Jack 7 of hearts making the call. Air Force 1 with a fold. Or excuse me. Air Force 1 with the call. My bad. A 9-8 deuce. I'm not sure what's continuing to happen here. It looks like Kinsey could be getting that card, that burn card, just a little too close to the reader. So we have a 9-8 deuce, 2 diamonds. So AJ picking up the straight draw. Scott with his cards not visible. AJ needing John to pick up his pair of 10s. And it's going to be a turn. The turn is going to be a 5 of spades. So Air Force 1 now picking up a pair of 5s. And then the river is going to be a 10. So the river does give the straight to AJ. AJ with the straight, the Jack High straight. Scott with blank cards we don't get to see. AJ's going to be waiting for the action. Scott's going to bet 75. And the only thing that's going to beat AJ is a Jack Queen. He does show. AJ shows his straight, and his straight of Jack High appears to be good. So a nice $190 profit for AJ picking up there. Brings him back up just a little bit. He's back up to 390 in chips now. Maybe he can climb out of a little bit of a hole here. 1,800 in chips for Elijah. Several people over 1,000 in chips. So the money has been moving a bit. Javier with an ace-queen offsuit. He's going to raise it up to 20. Air Force 1 going to call with a Jack 10. So those two sitting with each other's outs if you're hoping for any kind of straights. Daniel making the call with cards unknown. And the flop is an ace 2-3, 2 spades, no help as far as the flushes go. But a pair of aces now for Greg. Air Force 1 getting out of the way. $35 bet from Greg. So Daniel, they're looking at his cards. He's trying to make a decision. Deciding if he really wants to chase it heads up. And it does look like he wants to make the call. Eight of spades on the turn, so it does bring in eight of clubs on the turn, so still there's no flush yet. Going to get a $75 bet here from Greg. Daniel seeming to tank for a while. And Daniel does fold, but he does ask to see the river, which appeared to be a jack of spades or clubs, one or the other. So with 5 players above it with $1,000 or more, got a pretty good balance on the table. So everybody's card's going to not be seen. Here we go. And I can understand why nobody's cards were seen. They're all terrible. AJ, though, raising 7-4 suited to $20. He's going to get a call from John. And we're going to go heads up. 7-4 versus 7-4. I hope this goes to a showdown. Please put a 7-4 on the board. Please. Queen 9 on the flop. Queen 9 deuce. AJ going to make the bet. John going to go away here. Oh my gosh, I wanted them to have to see each other's hands there. Terrible players. Both of them terrible. Raising and calling with 7-4. Good grief, gentlemen. Got a King Jack in Elijah's hand. He raises it up to 15. Not likely to get many callers. He could get one from John, and he does. Daniel, with cards that we haven't been able to see, makes the call as well. Greg as well with a Jack 7, and Bill makes the call. So we actually have several hands in here. Elijah now with the gut shot straight, but Ron Jeremy, John picking up the pair of aces. I'm going to check around, though. It's going to be a 5 of hearts. 5 of hearts. So that puts 2 5s on the board. Still a gut shot straight draw for Elijah, but John with the pair of aces to go with the pair of 5s that are on the board. Daniel bets $55 here. We don't really know what he has, but John not fazed by that at all. He's going to make the call. Bill and Elijah both, Bill going away, Elijah going away as well. And I can't imagine that Greg would call. He does not. Heads up to a river. And it is a 7 on the river. So, John's still here. It is 3 hearts on the board now. So, could be having the flush. I do believe Daniel checked. It says it still shows it's his option. So, maybe he has not checked. He did check the river. John checks the river as well and shows his ace. Aces and 5s of the queen. Greg gonna look down at a king, jack of hearts. 10 to call, so he'll probably raise it up here to probably $35. $35.
Well, that was great. Shit, if I knew that was Greg, I would have called.
Give me my cards back. I'll call.
Ace jack for AJ. He's going to look down at. And it's going to be his option here. Elijah with pocket nines, though. It was 3-bet to 100. It was raised by John to 25. Mr. Bill raises it up to, he 3-bets it to 100. Elijah folds the pocket nines. AJ folds as well. And John's going to fold. AJ looking down at a 9-8 this time. He's going to raise it up to $15. Air Force One with an ace-8 folds. John with a queen-8 makes the fold. So all the 8s are just about dead. Bill folds as well. Looks like AJ may just pick this pot up. Two callers for AJ. Jack 7 and a Jack 5. King 10, 3, so no real help for anyone. 7 coming out on the board now. So Greg checked around to him. He's going to bet that 7. AJ going to make the call. He's picking up the straight draw, the open-ended straight draw, and Scott goes away. It is a 6 on the river, so AJ picks up his straight. AJ's going to bet out 100, and Greg going to go right away. Ace Jack for AJ. Daniel with the 8-6. And John with a 9 deuce. Daniel folding. Everybody folding. Bill folds. Scott folds as well. And Javier. So it's going to be folded all the way around. Actually, Ricky Bobby making the call and Scott making the call. So 10-9 versus Ace-Jack versus blank cards here. And we get a Queen 9-5. So Scott picking up the pair of nines. AJ, no help for his hand. So AJ checks from under the gun. Scott bets 20 and AJ makes the call. So it's a 4 of diamonds, so no help again. Queen 8 for Ricky Bobby. So top pair for Ricky Bobby. He's going to bet it up. And Scott with the pair of nines has a decision to make with $65 to call. He does make the fold, and Ricky Bobby picks up a hand. Sorry about that. Dropping my water, and it's bouncing all over the place like a basketball. Ace King for Air Force One now suited. Daniel with a 9-4. He's going to go away. Air Force One just flattened for $5 there. Probably not a great idea, but he might have gotten a little extra had he raised. Looks like Ricky Bobby with the 8-7 is going to, Javier raises it up to 15 with the ace deuce, and Ricky Bobby making the call. 3-bet from Vanilla Ice, so AJ raising it up to $70. Now Air Force One's got a decision to make. What does he decide to do? At this point, I am re-raising. I'm 4-betting here for about $250. That is not Air Force One's style. He is just going to flat call the $65. Greg going to fold. And Ricky Bobby going to make the call, though. So we're going to go 3 ways to a flop. And a 5, 6, 7 on the flop. So Ricky Bobby picking up the pair of 7s and the open-ended straight draw. So a great flop for him. He's going to put out a $100 bet. AJ moving all in at this point. And Air Force One making the smart move and just folding. And Ricky Bobby with the top pair really contemplating a fold here. I think that he'll probably make the call after he sees just how much AJ has left. It's a $305 pot at this point, so looks like another looks like right at $200 for AJ. So $200 more dollars. Open-ended here with top pair. I think you have to make this call. You don't have to, but with those cards, you're more than likely ahead. Let's see how many times they run it. There's a 10 no help and another 10 no help. So let's see where we're at. Trip 7s are going to win this hand. Excuse me, 7s. No. 7s and 10s are going to win the hand. Again, we had a misread on the cards. There we go. So AJ picked up that hand. I guess he had, I don't know what he had. No. Ricky Bobby did win the hand. 3 deuce 6 on the flop. Straight draw for Ricky Bobby. Daniel with cards unknown going to make the call. He could be looking to bet. He could be looking to raise here. I guess he has already acted, actually. So what are we waiting on? No, he does raise it up. He raises it to 40. Ricky Bobby making the call. And a 6 on the turn, no help. So Ricky Bobby with still the straight draw. Daniel with 2 cards unknown. John going to make the call, and Bill just checking his option there. Two hands that we don't get to see, but we see John flopping a pair of queens. Bill going to make the $20 bet though. It's his action first, so he's just leading out, trying to take charge. Daniel contemplating. He's going to make a call as well. And John, I can't imagine, goes away with top pair, although he doesn't have a very good kicker. And a 5 on the turn, a 5 of spades, now bringing in a flush draw. Bill's still being a little bit aggressive here from the first position. He's going to bet at $90 to go. $90 to Daniel, or excuse me, $100 to Daniel. It's a $120 bet from Bill. So $120 to Daniel. It'll be $120 to John with top pair. And John lets it go, and Bill's going to take down the pot. Ricky Bobby with a queen jack. He's going to raise it up here to $25, it looks like. Maybe just a 15. Daniel with a king 8 of hearts. He could be making the call, and he does. So we're going to be heads up here. Queen jack versus king 8. Not a bad way to start this hand. And an ace 3-5. No help for anybody. So, however, Ricky Bobby going to go ahead and lead out. Going to appear that he's making a small bet, maybe trying to coax in a little bit more money. Daniel with a lot of contemplation here. I'm not sure what he's going to raise it up. And Ricky Bobby going to with the quick fold here. So maybe tanking and then raising was good for Daniel there because he ends up winning the pot. Ace King for Elijah with Queen Jack from Scott. Elijah's going to raise it up to $35 or $40. 40 to call. Greg going to make the call with an 8-9 of diamonds. Folds around. Daniel with the fold. And John with the call as well with cards with a 9-7. So Greg and John kind of canceling each other out here a little bit. We see an ace, queen, deuce. So no help for anybody but Elijah. He does pick up top pair. And the bet from Elijah is going to get a couple of folds, and he's going to pick up the pot. So John raising it to 15 with an ace nine. He getting two callers and an ace 3-5 on the, a 2-3-5 on the flop. So John now with the wheel draw. Daniel with cards again we haven't seen. I don't think we've seen his cards all night long. And Scott with the queen 7. So bet from Daniel for $30 picks up that pot. And we'll never know what he had. Someone needs to explain to that young man that he needs to put those cards over the sensor. We want to see what he's playing here. Hand number 107 is going to see Air Force One picking up Ace King suited, Big Slick suited in his hand with diamonds. Daniel with a Queen 7 finally get to see his cards. Elijah with pocket queens. And John does make that call. I don't know why it shows him folded. And Javier with an 8-9. He looks at his cards, raised to 15. We got a 3-bet to 50 with Elijah. Air Force One with Ace King going to make that call. And John going to make the call as well. So Daniel's cards are gone. Oh my gosh, I think these are actually John's cards showing on Daniel's deal. Queen 7 versus pocket queens, and the queen on the flop. And a 2 on the turn gives John queens and 2s. But Elijah with the winning hand with queens full of twos right now. A $50 bet from John. Going to get a call from Elijah. Looks like we're heads up. There are 3 ways to a river and a jack on the river. No help for Air Force One. He's going to check it. John now with queens and twos. Options on him. So John with the bet here. John with a bet of what looks to be $150. Get a fold here from Air Force One. And then Elijah gonna raise it up here. He's gonna raise it up to $400. $400 to John. So 200 more. That was a bet of $200 from John. Might have been a bet of $150. Hard to see. It was a $150 bet, so it's a $250 call to John. John can have a hard time seeing pocket queens coming, but ace deuce could be here, but not very likely with the way this hand's played out. So John probably feels like he's good here with his queens and twos. He probably feels like at worst he's got to split with the jack maybe. But I don't see John raising here at all. I think if anything he just makes the flat call just in case he's sneaking in there with a 2. But Elijah's been a pretty top player, so I think what you could find here is that John just finds a call here and he won't be able to find the fold. John's still tanking real heavily here. He does make the call. And oh my gosh, he's going to see the horrible news there. Pocket queens for the boat. Oh, that's a brutal, brutal hit for John. Man, that is a brutal hit for John. I can understand where he thought he had to possibly, I think he thought he possibly was good there. But can't imagine John staying much longer after that, that's for sure. And those pocket aces, here they are again. And John has the pocket aces, 45 to go. This could set him straight a little bit. He's going to get a call from Bill. Air Force One with ace jack could make this call as well. Let's see if he does. Lubbock Legend, thanks, man. I'm glad to be in here. John probably has quads. King 10 on the flop, so Air Force One picking up the straight draw. Of course, after that bad beat, I doubt that, or that rough hit, John's going to be playing any games here. $50 bet with the pocket aces. Probably trying to maximize his win here, hoping someone's got a king. Bill going to get out of the way. Air Force One with the gutty for $50. Heads up, he does make the call. There's a 2 of diamonds, so it does bring in the flush draw possibility. I can imagine that if Air Force One checks, John will be making a fairly sizable bet, and he does, a bet of 125. A 125 bet, I can't imagine that Air Force One makes this call with only a queen as an out, especially, of course, he doesn't know that he only has one queen possible. But still, a 4-outer with one card to come, it's a tough call to make at $125. As tight as he's played most of the night, I wouldn't have suspected him to make that call at all anyway. So, Elijah now separating himself with 3,300 in chips. Scott down at the bottom with 240. Air Force One right in the middle at $895. And John just behind him at $795. We got about 7 more minutes with you guys here. Where you been hiding out there, Lubbock Legend? You should be in here playing this game. Or is this too small fry for a player like you? We need to get Lubbock Legend to do a meet-up game. Looks like John's going to take his leave from the table here. Two 9s on the flop, 2 diamonds on the board. I mean, 2 9s on the board, 2 9s on the board, 2 diamonds on the board. Straight draw. Daniel with the $55 bet and a call from Javier, and it's going to be a king on the river. So Daniel now going to be losing this hand if Greg decides to call. Well, I don't know that I believe you there, Lubbock Legend, but I did. I did for real. So, at least for a year. So, for a man like you, though, it ain't gambling when you know you're going to win, right? And a 5 on the button game, yes, it is kind of crazy. I don't know if you've been watching most of the night or not, but some of the hands he's gotten, I mean, he's played really well, there's no doubt. And some of the folds he's been able to induce has been pretty crazy. So we're going to go 5 ways to a flop. That's known as the stacks heads up here. 8-8-3. No help for anybody. 2 hearts on the board. A 6 now, probably no real help for anybody. We don't know what Bill has. Pair of sixes for Daniel. Bill's going to lead out for 30. Going to get folded around, it looks like. Daniel going to make the call. Actually, Daniel going to raise it to 60 now. Bill not one to get out of the way. So he's going to go ahead and make the call. So heads up to the river. We're going to see what we see here. And it's going to be an ace of hearts. So no help to Daniel for sure. We don't know what Bill has. So if there's a couple of hearts there, then Bill could be. Bill moving all in for 465. So Daniel going to have to make a decision here. Is his pair of sixes good or is it not? All I know is if he's all in, I'm probably assuming my six is no good. Hell must have frozen over if you got felted in PLO, brother. Hell must have frozen over, but I don't see any snow outside. So what does Daniel do here? Does he think Bill's bluffing? If he is, does he take the chance on that call? Oh, Bill's card's finally ringing up. We see the 7-4, so it is a bluff. It is a straight bluff from Bill. He does let it go, and Bill shows the bluff. Daniel not happy to see that. That's that head shake that says, all right, damn it. All right, I got you. I got your ass next time. That's true, Evan. I believe you. You and Phil Hellmuth. If it was only about skill, you guys would win every time. Pocket threes from Elijah. Ricky Bobby folding. Air Force One with cards. Pocket deuces, and he makes the call. So, and pocket sevens. And 2 4s hit the board. So, what do you know about that? 7-4 off the goat. It's a good thing I've never played cards like that to win. Heads up by sevens and deuces. Aces and 4s on the board. It's sad that Bill can win this hand here right now with a kicker. Watch it be a 3. And it's an 8. It's going to be a chop pot if nobody can bet their way out of this one. And it's not like it's a huge pot, but still. Bill makes the bet. It says Air Force One made the bet. It might not have been an ace on the board. That might be why. All right. Well, that was the last hand of the night, it looks like. Cumulative winnings, Elijah up $2,000. Javier up $1,100. 7-2-3 flop. One time. I want to thank you guys for coming out and watching the live stream, or logging in and watching the live stream, I should say. We open at 1 o'clock every day. Y'all have a good night.